And good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week. For those of you who work under that schedule, as might be indicated by my confusion, I was off yesterday. It was a holiday up here in Canada. I hope you are all doing well, that the week started appropriately, that your weekend was relaxing, re-energizing, and that you are ready to face the week. Lapin, 460 word before Kindar. The anecdotes of the artistocracy. Congratulations, James. And do you want Canada to hug you back? That's going to be a pretty big hug. Same with having all Canadians hug you back. Are you sure that's safe? But consider yourself hugged back. I don't even know who the former PM was. I don't follow politics. I'm really bad. Well, I'm not interested. It's not about being bad as having no interest. Today is Tuesday, second day of the work week, and read and corrects. Right, Trudeau. That's why. Maybe not your former. I believe he was the former one. Like I said, I don't keep track. Alrighty, today is a read and corrects. For those who are new to that, we already have 6 people here. For those who are new to that, those are when I read a chapter from one of my books and correct it as I go. I record those, so while it is happening, I will be ignoring the chat. Anything that's said there will be addressed once I'm done. To minimize the delays, I am going to, I really should make, I think I'm going to do that right now. Folder like this. Group selected. Go. Okay. That. There. There. Well, not ideal, but it works. All right, so I will start this by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm that I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I'm going to cover that up because it gets distracting. I will start the recording and see you on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 50 of The Technician's Fight. And I did not set that up. The room Jeremy stepped into was empty. His orders had been to report for the next part of his integration training. As this was hunter-related, he wore his uniform, but hadn't expected to have to fight. The empty room made him think this was no longer an impossibility. The door closed, and he fought the urge to check if it was locked. A hunter was to stand while waiting, so he stood. He checked his tablet to find 10 minutes had passed. He, again, fought the urge to check the door. He knew he had the right room, so this was part of his training. What part that might be, he had no idea. Thurrett said things would be explained before they continued. This didn't feel like an explanation waiting to happen. Unable to take the stillness anymore, he walked around the room. The walls had geometric patterns that felt more like they were how they had been put together than as decoration. Then, I don't think I need the as. Then decorations. A glance at the door as he passed it didn't tell him anything. The panel had no indicator no indicators on it. You know, I'm going to remove the on it. The panel had no indicators. He timed this forced circuit around the room, a minute and 12 seconds, at a slow pace. So 50 meters in circumference, 13 meters in diameter, plenty of space to fight. Do you know why you're here? A male asked behind Jeremy. He spun, stepping away from the wall for the more maneuverability, and found no one there. You are here, the man said behind him again, because you betrayed everyone you care about. Again, he wasn't there when Jeremy turned. Directional sound projection, he muttered, probably a recording. What do you have to say to that? Jimmy glanced over his shoulder instead of giving them the satisfaction, and startled at the male standing there. Jimmy backed, claws out, before he registered the male's hand were behind his back. The male's fur was light ash, with shimmers that pulled to the blue where the room's light hit it at the right angle. He wore the standard combat black of the hunter uniform. How the male had entered without Jeremy noticing was beyond him. The silent technology that let whatever geometric pattern move to let him pass was impressive. I talked because I broke. He said, then he couldn't keep from adding, to point out he wasn't different, like everyone else. Like everyone else, the beta said with a nod. Betas didn't have an insignia. No one of rank did, but this male had the presence of a beta, that of someone with a lot of responsibility on their shoulder. On his shoulders, plural. We all break. It's one of the fundamental law of information gathering. With enough pressure, with the right kind of pressure, everyone will break. He nodded to something behind Jeremy, and he looked at himself curled up on the thin mattress, crying. What? The male was gone. He'd fallen for being distracted so he could slip away. Were they going to do this in the most confusing way they could? Did they expect him to catch on? Look as the male slipped back in and point? Or was that or was that he wanted to do? Or was it what? Sure. Or was it what he wanted to do? I'm going to italize that. Yeah, what is this button? Okay, I'll do that afterwards. This is not the time to play with my keyboard. Or was it what he wanted to do? Showed them he was clever enough to figure things out. He turned to look at himself on the thin mattress. A stark reminder he wasn't as clever as he liked to think. If that is a truth, the male said, and Jeremy had to turn again. He was on the other side of the room, and Jeremy couldn't keep from studying the wall for flaws in how the pieces connected that would reveal the door. Then it is a hunter's job to ensure his interrogator applies as little pressure and in the wrong way. How am I supposed to do that? That will be covered in depth throughout your training, but it can be summed up simply. You lie. I tried that. Jimmy motioned to the screen and was surprised to find himself in an argument with someone who wasn't there. He faced the beta to find he was gone again. You weren't trained, the male said in his ear, and Jimmy jumped, spinning to find no one there. Motion in the corner of his eyes revealed no one there either. That is what we will train you in. Jimmy spun and thought he caught the male vanishing, but he was certain the wall he'd been before hadn't changed, along with teaching you to endure pain and humiliation and confusion. The voice kept shifting, but he kept missing the male, as if all he was doing was poking his head in and out. That would require a lot less of the wall to shift, making it easier to accomplish. Still. Okay, how are you pulling this off? He demanded. It's easy, the man said behind him, and Jimmy turned to no one. The door he now faced opened, and the male stepped into the room. When I wasn't here. Jimmy stared as the male came to a stop a few paces away. He so wanted to touch him, to be certain. Projections? I've never seen anything that good. There are no artifacts at all. The male smiled. They aren't that good. That is the point of this demonstration. You can't trust your senses. A second male appeared, then a third, identical to the one before him. Only he realized now that he had the time to study the projections, they weren't. The fidelity was good, he could admit that, but not perfect. So how had he been fooled? You believed a specific thing was happening, the male said. So your mind dismissed what didn't fit that belief and reinforced what did. Jimmy looked at the walls. I decided the walls had secret passages to explain how you moved around so quickly. I dismissed the lack of sound from some tech I didn't know of. When you were too far from the wall, when you were too far from the wall, it was me not having looked well enough. You did your interrogator's work for them. How many hunters are full like this? He asked, curious as to where he stood. All of them. The male replied as if the answer was obvious. The gods did not make any of us as they are. I wasn't created by some god. The male studied him with a seriousness that made Jeremy uncomfortable. Hunter, you need to accept that when I include you in the work of the gods, that is not something you open to debate. If you wish to debate the existence of the gods, yours, mine, or another species, there are plenty of people on this ship who will be happy to have that discussion with you. I am not one of them. My only job in your regard is to train you. I will do so as I see fit and invoke gods as required. Am I clear? The level way the male spoke, the utter lack of inflection as he laid down his beliefs, made Jeremy swallow hard. Yes, Beta. Good. You will address me as Beta Goremic Toribar Salgesbilium, and I and my pack will see to building your endurance to methods that will be used to torture you. We will not be gentle. Our training has caused many would-be hunters to quit. I don't hold it against them. I won't hold it against you if that is the decision you make. I respect someone who can face a challenge and decide it is too much instead of allowing themselves to be injured in ways difficult for them to heal from. Jimmy looked at the screen again. The memory of how he'd been when his pack took him out. How worthless of them he'd felt. Even now, understanding he had done nothing the others hadn't, the memory unsettled him. When he looked at the male again, he was surprised to find him there, in the same position. He motioned to the door. Do you wish to end this, knowing what you went through there is nothing? Knowing that what you went through is not what you already went through is nothing like what we will put you through in the coming months. He closed his eyes. Did he want to quit? The temptation was there. Jeremy didn't consider himself particularly brave. He did what needed to be done, and he could see that from the outside some that seemed brave, but he didn't tackle things he knew he couldn't handle. What about those he didn't know he couldn't handle? The door would always be there, and the male had implied he could end this at any time. If he quit, it would be because he knew he couldn't handle what it meant to be a hunter, not because he thought it. He shook his head. Good, then go home and rest. Your next mission is tomorrow. But Jimmy motioned to the screen and immediately away, face burning. He was taking a leak. Yes. I thought that would be explained to me. What is there to be explained? How you broke? What is the piece of information that proved too much when you were confronted with it? Yeah. What would it serve? So I can be ready the next time. The male nodded. You can't be ready, Hunter. You will never be. Given enough time and the right kind of pressure, it is an inevitability that you will break. Telling you how you broke this time will only cause you to be unprepared for how you will break next time. You're saying nothing I can do will ever prepare me? That felt counter to them training him. I am saying that no amount of research will prepare you. I understand how you think, Hunter. You aren't the only one among us who believes that access to a large enough set of data will solve every problem. You can't prepare for what will be done to you when you are captured by an enemy. All you can do is be ready to endure. Be ready to stretch your stay with them for as long as possible, so they will either make a mistake you will be able to use to escape, or be killed in the attempt, or so you can be rescued. And you need to understand that part, Hunter. If you can't, we are wasting our time. You will be rescued if you give us the time. I don't care who your heart is. I don't care what gods made or didn't make you. You are a hunter, and I will not stand the thought that one of you is in the hands of our enemy. Is that clear? Can you believe that without a doubt? I can. He said without hesitation. He'd already seen the length his heart and his beta were willing to go to rescue him. It was simple to believe that his pack and other hunters on this ship, the other hunters everywhere, would see to it one of their own was rescued, so long as they were given the time to accomplish it. Good. Now, go home and rest. What do you want to do? The female seated across Jeremy said. Is create a persona you can tell your captors about so they'll have either no reason to disbelieve or be unable to disprove. She liked the intensity of her beta. As far as Jeremy could tell, this was no more than a game to her. I do. Okay, this should be how. How do I, a hunter who was infiltrating their ship, convince them I'm some cook they caught by mistake? The first step is that it must be plausible. She raised a hand to silence his rebuttal. What plausible means here depends entirely on how the story around it is built and your skill in pulling it off. I've met a hunter who managed to convince his captors he was a singer who had joined a pack on a dare with no idea who they were, or what he was getting himself into. No ballad producers would ever consider that the premise workable, and yet he was still sane by the time we rescued him. Good singing voice, Jeremy couldn't help asking. Amazing. I have no idea why the male's a hunter instead of being back on Kelser, making everyone listening to him swoon. So, whatever I come up with, I need to have the skills to back it up. And you need to account for what they might know about you. You have become a public figure. Not as popular as your heart, but your connection to him is known. And the fact that I'm a hunter has been documented, he added. Although that doesn't have to mean you remained one. But, according to what I've read, going against someone's expectation is harder than going with them. She tilted an ear. Your beta pointed out how I did part of the work of convincing myself the projections were him because that's what I expected, so I've been doing some reading. She chuckled. You must drive your beta crazy. Why would I? She looked at him. You part of a special ops pack? No, why? It's my experience that most beta prefer their pack to remain known quantities instead of always changing how they think and work. Special op is the only place I've seen betas prefer those. My beta knows me. We're on short name basis when not active. She nodded, but didn't seem convinced. Then, do you have thoughts on how to play into your captor's expectation? What's known about me is that I'm an earther. I was an engineer on Einstein. I'm now working on a Kelsian ship as a technician, and that I'm a hunter. And your heart is the captain. Among some of our enemies, they might also know he's the alpha. Do you think I can use that to convince them to let me go? She smiled. His reputation is fearsome enough, it might work, but don't depend on it. How widespread is what hunters do? We have more ballads telling that than I can count. How many of them are accurate depiction of who we are? She laughed. None. They're ballads. Unless you're looking at the old ones, that's all entertainment. They'll stretch truth and replace that with outright lies if they think it'll be more entertaining. So, I should research that to play into it or go against it. I wouldn't account for them at all, but I'm not one for watching so many ballads I can't remember what's true by who I am about who I am anymore. Anyone compile research about them? She smiled. I do not like them enough to know. Got it. I'll ask my heart. He's a fan of ballads. I'm thinking of starting with the fact I'm a technician first and a hunter second. Basically, that I was trained so I'd have a chance to survive being on a ship we're attacking. They bring me to look over the techs, make sure nothing will blow up in our face. If I'm caught on an Earther ship, that's even more credible since Earther tech is what I'm known for, is what I know well. You have the training to support it, so that's good. What are you going to do when they want to know about our ship? Hopefully, with the training you'll give me, I can lie in a way they'll believe. She smiled. Good answer. But try to come up with something to explain it. The reason for the persona is that you can't be lying when you tell them what to do, what you do. But you will be lying, of course. But you can't be lying. You need to know those lies so well you believe them. From what I was told, your lack of ability to compartmentalize, you lack our ability to compartmentalize. So this will be harder for you, but it's something that will make your impersonation easier if you can manage it. While you are there, you need to forget who you are and be your persona. Jimmy nodded and wondered if there were Earth or psychology book in the station's database they'd copied. And that concludes chapter 50 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. If you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. There you are. Right, mind your steps. 18 chapters ahead. Alrighty. I am confirming microphone is on. Actually, let's get some water in me before I forget. Alrighty, so sorry, I had to do something. Confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting. With me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 51 of The Technician's Fight. The projection over his desk showed an enhanced view of the Bane that would be capitalized as the name of the ship. A recording from a ship about emotion. Gregron had been standing when Admiral Duan Sel Sinta Kreftia had appeared for the meeting she'd requested. She'd asked that he sit, as she wanted this to be informal instead of official. I am not here as a representative of the leadership, Alpha, she said, but as someone who swore to keep Kelser safe, addressing an equal with that same oath. He had no way to know how true that was, but their previous discussions led him to think she was honest. Tom had also not uncovered anything nefarious about the admirals in his sniffing around the back rooms. So he had, and she'd set the recording for him to watch. Unidentified ship, a female said in Earther. This is the San Francisco Mercantile Station. You have entered human space. Identify yourself. The flash of light from the Bane was so intense it disrupted the image. Unidentified ship, the same female said, now sounding afraid. This is the San Francisco Mercantile Station. I repeat, we are a mercantile station. We are civilians and unarmed. Please do not fire. Another flash of light, and when the image returned, it shook. We surrender! She yelled, please have mercy! We surrender! The ship recording moved. The ship recording moved. The ship making the recording moved. There was another flash of light from the Bane. The image shifted with the ship this ship away from the station. Its recording moving from the Bane as it fired far more guns than his ship had to the station. Wait, moving from the Bane, yeah, as it fired far more guns than his ship had to the station, showing ships scattering and being destroyed in the attack. Plasma impacted the station multiple times before it exploded. When that dimmed, the image was the black of non-recording. Then an earther male stood centered in the projection. He was older by the gray in his hair and the wrinkles on his brown skin. He dressed in what Gagarin had learned to recognize as an attire of power from all those earther movies he'd watched. Clean lines in the cloth, black with a sheen that meant quality. At the bottom, the text read, Earth President Meseret Adamu Abibi. What you watched, he said in accented earther, was the unprovoked attack and destruction of a station we'd established at the edge of our space to help with in the trade with the people of the Federation. He was silent, his expression somber. We don't know why, but we know who. On his left, the image of the Bane docked at the Einstein station appeared. Nearly 3 years ago, the ship docked at Einstein station under false pretense for the sole purpose of kidnapping one of our experts in antimatter research and advancement. Any attempt to negotiate his return have been snubbed, and this is what they do next. This is what our supposed allies, the Kelsarians, do. For decades, they claimed to want to help us join the Federation. They sent ambassadors claiming they would assist in the process, when in fact they were spying on us, studying our ways so they could make us sick. The effort to stop was visible, and he shook. We, the people of human space, won't judge another species for how they live, but we will draw the line at being forced to act in ways that are antithetical, I'm mispronouncing it. Antithetical to who we are. They claim to want to help us advance, to join them in sharing technology, but when we are close to catching up to them with our antimatter research, what do? Kidnap one of our experts. When we attempt to make trade easier, they destroy the station so many of you have poured sweat and love into seeing built. People screamed, and Gregoran realized this was taking place outside. Well, enough is enough. If those Kelsarians don't want us, unless we become debased like them, then we don't want them. From this moment, any Kelsarians crossing into our space will be arrested on charges of espionage and trialed as such. Why do you not like this? I don't know. Should we ever decide to join this federation that welcomes people like them, we will do so with allies who understand the human people, who accept how we are, who won't make demands we make ourselves into animals like them. The projection went black, then was replaced with the Admiral. The Earthers officially closed their borders to us as this was broadcast. Did we have any ambassadors left among them? No. They were recalled when the decision to withdraw our support for their entry into the Federation was reached. He nodded. Please, that wasn't something they had to worry about. This is also not an accusation against you, Alpha. Here is an eyebrow. Was there ever a question of if I'd committed the acts they claimed? The time it took her to respond was telling. No. But there was a discussion about using that to force you to return to Kelser to answer the implied charges. Is that still being considered? She rubbed her face. Alpha, you do not make it easy to deal with you. Because of that, you have made many enemies among the leadership. If you aren't careful, they will eventually outweigh those who understand the good the hunters do for Kelser. I can't control how the leadership views my action, Admiral. I do what I'm tasked with to the best of my ability. I know, she sounded tired, but she sighed. We already had that discussion. You'll do what the gods demand of you, and we have to deal with the consequences. He didn't like the way she thought about it. He was aware of the consequences, although the Earthers had demonstrated they hadn't considered the length. He hadn't considered the length they'd go to in their reprisal. Admiral, my alpha is on Kelser. We have betas whose sole purpose is to interface with the leadership. You have people to go to when there are questions of what the orders you want to give us mean in relation to our service to the gods. And do you think that any more they are, do you think that are they do you think they are any more flexible than you, Alpha? You aren't the only problem for us among the hunters. If you were, we wouldn't care. One maverick can be ignored. But I made myself the visible one through my successes. And the Federation media reporting on it. She nodded. You have become a character of ballads. I'm amazed there aren't any official ones being broadcasted at this point. It's not allowed. Our lives belong to the god, not to those who would make them whatever they want. There's still plenty of unofficial ones. Because of them, we get the hunters reject instead of being the first choice of those seeking to protect Kelser. Those we don't accept will still make remarkable soldiers. That isn't the point. She took breaths. We are supposed to be the front line. You are supposed to be those dealing with the oddities. But for the last few centuries, there's been a shift, and you're seen as more important than the military. Not by us. Gurgra knew that, just like he had a good understanding of why the shift had happened. The leadership, along with the politicians, were slow to change, while the hunters existed to adapt to what the battle line demanded. When space opened, the hunters went to it without hesitation, while the leadership evaluated the pros and cons. For nearly a century, they refused to accept the line had moved. By the time they finally made it, the hunters had contracts with the Federation for most of the line, and their performance had never brought those contracts to be moved. Those contracts into doubts. And their performance had never brought those contracts into doubt. Leading to request they be moved to a different group. Not by you, she replied pointedly, but some hunters think themselves above us. We all serve the gods in the end. She almost rolled her eyes. Have you brought those alphas to our alphas' attention? You really expect me to believe she'll bring them in line? You keep telling us you only answer to the gods and she's the first among you. Admiral, I can't tell you what she'll do. I'm asking, have you tried? Or is the leadership letting this animosity toward us widen the gap instead of trying to narrow it? We answer to the gods because that is how we best serve Kelser. Thinking we are better than the others who serve our people isn't what the gods want from us. You would be so much easier to deal with if you weren't so fucking understanding, she grumbled. He chuckled. One of the god I am named for is the one of justice. He requires that I bring understanding to handling any situation. His ears folded back. I will admit it's easier to do when I'm not the one dealing with the problem hunters. She chuckled. So they give you troubles too. That's good to know. We are people. Regardless of our namesakes, we will make mistakes and our superiors will have to deal with them. She nodded. Some will use this against you, she said. But they can't make you responsible for this debacle the Arthurs are becoming. I want you to know that much. Admiral, I need to know, are you my ally? As Tom kept telling him, he needed to make some among the leadership. I respect you, Alpha. I respect the work the hunters do. But I can't be active in your defense. I'm sorry. He nodded. He was too visible. Another within the leadership had told him when Gagarin had thought they might be. Another had said he could be if Gagarin was willing to do something in return. Politics. It was always politics. I understand. Thank you for informing me. He ended the transmission. Gagarin paced before the door, drawing smiles from the hunters at their station. Him agitated wasn't a common sight, although it had become more so since finding his heart. The door opened, and he was before it as the two hunters exited, supporting an injured Jer between them. He gingerly took him from them. I've got you. Jer clung to him as hard as his weakened state let him. Cuts, bruises, broken bones, and internal injuries sap much of a person's strength, even with a resilient. Even someone as resilient as an earther. Medical's ready for you, he said, to keep his heart from losing consciousness. None of the injuries were life-threatening, but a coma was possible. Even if those were treatable, it was always better to avoid them. I'm proud of you. Learning to resist physical torture was no easier than dealing with the emotional ones, and unlike those where it was possible to think his way around and out of it, pain was pain. No amount of wishing it was something else made it so. Resistance to it came from being exposed to it, learning to think while under its effect. There were methods to cause pain that didn't create injuries, but it had been discovered that there was an aspect it didn't prepare the recipient for when they were caught and tortured. Seeing an injury, your arm bent in the wrong direction, was a terror different from the pain itself. So they'd gone back to the old methods and while using modern tools. He entered medical, and a medic guided him to the bed that had been readied. They didn't often deal with so extensive injuries. Work and combat injuries were rarely this. Okay. I deal with these types of injuries. They didn't often deal with these types of injuries. Work and combat injuries were rarely this extensive due to the precision needed to cause this much damage and not kill the person. But Jer wasn't the first on the ship to join the hunters, so medical had needed the training. We'll have him back to you tomorrow, Captain. The medic said, her expression and angle of the ears telling him to leave. He managed it, but couldn't consider going to their apartment. So he contacted Drez for company and distraction. And that concludes chapter 51 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Lapin, 115 words. The anecdotes of the artistocracy. Congratulations, James. Consider yourself hogged back, James. I can to Harker. Selection process. That's pretty much done. Oh, right. I need to reset the layout. That's something I wish could be resolved. The fact that opening the window, it doesn't, the file does not remember its layout. So if I open it on a different computer, I end up with a different layout, and somehow it returns screwed up instead of restarting with the same one. Like, I don't understand why one screws it up, the other one does. The other one doesn't fix it. Alrighty. Alrighty. So I am confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing the acceptance letter chapter for the Oars. Thank you, Janine, Donald said as the mail delivery woman handed him the stack. How's Willie? Doing good, Mr. Orr. Off to summer camp so me and Gary can have some time to ourselves. Careful with that. If you enjoy it too much, Willie will have a sibling. We took precautions. Those don't always. She made scissor motion with her fingers. Snip, snip. Ah, enjoy away then. Have a good day. He returned inside, looking over the stack as he headed for the office. On the other side of the house, he was amazed that in this day and age, so many companies they dealt with, when it came to the games he and Daniel coded, insisted on using snail mail. Nearly everyone had switched to email communication all the way back in the 90s, and this was one of their distributors, a company dealing with digital games, insisting on communicating on paper. How could they be so archaic? He opened it and confirmed it was one of their royalty checks, also paper, with the breakdown of the fees applied. I'll take that, Danielle said, passing him and grabbing it out of his hand. And they use paper because it lets them keep our money for the time it takes to the check to reach us, for us to deposit it, and for it to clear their account. It's a lot of interest in it for them. There's a lot of interest in it for them in those couple of days. He should email them, let them know what he thought of their keeping their money basically hostage. And that's why I handled communication with our partners, along with the finances. You'd be swearing at them throughout the email. I can be polite. Politely telling a publisher to go fuck themselves is still insulting them. We need to work with them. Daniel stopped talking as Donald saw the provenance of the next envelope. Harker. He counted 7 letters. Then he checked to whom they were addressed just to be sure. Anakin, Adam, Alexander, Aaron, Arthur, Albert, Aiden. He redirected to the dining room where Daniel already waited. There's no way those are just to confirm the kids aren't attending. Not considering we never applied there. Tracy came to us and would only take Arthur and Anakin. Donald fanned the letters so the names were exposed. Aiden, Daniel said while Donald placed the letters in front of each of their seats. Tell your brothers we need to have a family meeting. Donald joined his brother at the head of the table as Adam blurred into his seat. Don't open the letter, Daniel said. Adam folded the letter and placed it on the table beside the envelope. Neither of them scowled him. Adam worked on it at a different speed than everyone else, as no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't slow himself down to their speed. He and Daniel had been in his mind when the power kicked in at 12, and even for them, it had been difficult to communicate with him at the speed he now thought. They had managed to slow him down until he realized the world hadn't frozen on him, and that had let him work at slowing himself even more. This was the best he could manage. A young man who, when looked at from the outside, seemed to have no patience or impulse control, when in reality he was the most patient person they knew of. Who else would stand there for the eternity it took someone to finish speaking and then so slowly articulate his response? Alex arrived next, then Anakin, Albert, Arthur. Aaron's going to be a minute, Aiden said, sitting. He's putting the weights on the rack. What's this? He asked Adam. Dunno. You already read yours. Yes, but Dad asked me not to open it, so I'm not going to talk about it. Aiden nodded and studied the envelope. I'm here, Aaron said, entering the dining room. What's this about? With all of them there, Arthur opened his envelope, already confident of what he'd read. He couldn't be certain, since all his attempt at hacking into Harker Academy servers had failed. That impressed him. You know what? That impressed him. A quick read through confirmed he'd been accepted. What? Aaron said. Did you guys apply me without telling me? The guy was here, Alex said, reading this. Remember? Yeah, for Art and Annie. I'm nowhere near the caliber of people he'd want if his goal was to ensure this school succeeds. We're the bribe, Albert said, putting the unfolded letter down. Art said he wasn't going unless we all were. I guess he's desperate enough to have him and Annie. He made space for the rest of us. I don't know how I feel about that, Alex said, still reading. Does that school even have a curriculum we'll be interested in? The implication is that we'll be joining the superhero curriculum, Anakin said. Yeah, well, I'm not becoming one of those, so I want something worthwhile out of that school if I go. Their art department isn't great, Albert said, but they have an archaeology wing and full curriculum. That's going to include art restoration, and that could be interesting. Does that mean you want to go? Anakin asked. Albert shrugged. I can study art anywhere. I'll go wherever the family decides to go. Arthur felt the eyes on him. He didn't like how they always fell back to him. Sure, he was leagues smarter than they were, but they weren't idiots. They could decide for themselves. Although, in this specific case, Arthur was at the center along with Anakin. He placed the letter down, smoothing it over the table, and considered how to state his stance. He knew how easy it was for him to come across as the authority when he spoke. He usually was, but family decisions were supposed to be about reaching a consensus, not them folding under the weight of his arguments. I want to go. When no one spoke, he continued, but I'll only do so if everyone agrees it's best for all of us. I've looked over their courses, the publicly available one, and I believe there's something there for everyone, although it might not be, I don't need the exactly, what some had planned on. I couldn't get into their servers to find out what they planned on teaching as part of the superhero curriculum, but it's reasonable to assume a large part of it will be honing our abilities. Regardless of if we decide to become heroes or not, I believe we can all benefit from finding out the extent of what we are truly capable of. Truly capable. Yeah, I need the of. You don't think you can do that here? One of his fathers asked, and Arthur found he didn't have an immediate answer. He hadn't considered his fathers might have reservations about them going away from San Francisco, away from them. To test ourselves here, he said, weighing his words. Again, he didn't want his arguments to weigh them down, so they'd agreed. So they'd weigh them down so they'd agree. Okay, I don't need the comma here. But he needed them to understand the benefits. It means going into the field, playing at being heroes in the open or not. By its nature, that comes with risks I can't account for. Can't you recreate whatever Harker will have in place? He shook his head. I can almost certainly reproduce the technology if I can access the blueprints, but they will have access to experts I have no hopes of convincing to teach us, no matter how much money I might offer them. Aren't they in the same position in that regards? His other father asked. No. While Mr. Harker didn't state it, the only way the government would have agreed to his proposal is if he had backing from some significant parahumans. More likely, multiple of them. I won't be surprised if I find out Mr. Harker is nothing more than the mundane face those parahumans are using to make their proposal more acceptable, instead of coming across as them imposing their will on the masses because they can't be stopped. They will have contacts within their community, so they can convince to teach us. So your opinion is you should all go. No, he snapped in exasperation. This was nothing more than me laying down the facts supporting my position. Okay, we're going to italize this. I don't want this to be me telling everyone else what to do. I hate it when you do that, Dad. Sorry. Then, Arthur has stated his position. Any other opinions? And I think there needs to be at least one dissenting one. Otherwise, Art will feel like we're folding under his intellect. His father smiled. Even without being able to read Arthur's mind in this situation, his fathers had done so often enough to gain an understanding of him no one else could match. It made those slip where they forgot how he felt about them simply going along with what he stated more aggravating. Do they even have a music curriculum? Aiden asked. I want to use my voice to sing, not shatter buildings. Media and broadcasting, Arthur said. It's the closest they offer. Aiden wasn't happy. Okay, I guess I can hire a teacher and we'll still have the band as practice. Are we going to have time? Aaron asked. This isn't high school. College is a lot more intense. We are going to make time, Aiden stated. I'm not going to sing with a bunch of amateurs. You are packing your instruments and bringing them. We'll ship them, his father said. If we go, Anakin said. I'm sorry, Art, but I don't see what I've got to gain in going. The old man wants me because of what I can do, not because there's anything he can teach me. I need a medical school, not some super training. Art nodded. His brother was right, not that he understood his insistence on medical school when his power let him heal anything, even stuff he hadn't studied. It felt like a waste of his brother's time, but he promised not to steamroll any of them. So he sent him the compromise he'd found. His brother read the information on his phone. Pittsburgh School of Medicine? It's roughly 20 miles from the academy, and it is well rated. They cover almost all medical field as well as research. I'd have to apply, Anakin said, still reading, and be accepted. I'm sure your grades will get you in, their father said. And if there are complications, his other father said, I'm sure Mr. Harker will be happy to smooth things over for you. Now, I'm getting in under the strength of my studies, not because it was bought. He looked at Arthur. So that means my agreement is contingent on that happening. Arthur nodded. He knew his brother would be accepted. All the San Francisco Medical School and even a few hospitals were in the process of drafting letters to convince him to continue his studies with them. Then I'm sure he can provide something to make it easier to go from there to the academy. Go from there to the academy for your make it easier to go back and forth. Back and forth for your studies. His father said, a teleporter or something. Alex? His other father asked. I'm a shooter, he said. I don't know they have anything to offer me career-wise. It's the military for me, or the SWAT, for as long as they can pass me off as a normal sharpshooter. Harker has a police academy, Arthur said, and Alex stared at him. Why? He shrugged. He had his theories, but he didn't want to be the know-it-all. They're going to be teaching superheroes, Albert mused. Makes sense. They teach them proper procedures. Then they teach law, Alex replied, scanning his phone. No, police officers don't need to know the law, Albert said, just how to legally arrest someone and other stuff like that. Lawyers are the ones who need to know the law. Ballistic, Alex murmured, reading. Criminology, crime scene analysis. He chuckled. Even crime scene cleanup. He read silently for a few minutes. I'm going to be bored no matter where we go, Adam said, so I'm in. He blurted away. Okay, Alex finally said. I guess that having a backup in the sciences relating to police work would be useful. Someone will figure out I'm a parahuman at some point, and this lets me stay involved so I can help when needed. I wasn't planning on higher education, Aaron said, so I'm willing to go, but I don't know what I can do. The guy's there. Aiden said, are you referring all those you planned on betting? Finley has a population of 6,028 adults, Arthur said. Half of that are male. I think it's enough we can all find our own. And you can share, their father said. You are a family. There's one place you don't have to compete. His other father smiled. It sounds like you've reached a consensus. We're going, Arthur said, unable to contain his excitement. This was going to be fun. And he should be able to find a way into the server from the inside. He also couldn't wait to study the technology they were using. Maybe he'd be able to talk to the parahumans responsible for the security and the construction. Arthur was smart enough to know there was a lot he could learn from others like him. All right, his father said. Then, Anakin, we need to sit down and go over your application for the medical school. We want to expedite this if we want to make sure they have space left for you. They would. Arthur would see to it. I'll get on finding them a house, his other father said. Or should we use dorms? House, they replied as one. I'm not having to sneak around just to be with my brothers, Alex said. And can you imagine Art containing his tech into one dorm room? Aiden added, pointing up. He's already taking half the floor. I think the houses in Pennsylvania have basements, his other father said. It would make Tracy's dig more true. Won't be my parents' basement, Arthur said. We will be the one paying for it, Art, his father said. That makes it ours, so don't think you can just upgrade it to some super intelligent bunker or something. Arthur snorted. Like a generator capable of powering something like that could be easily hidden from the neighbors. He'd have to bury it under the house. He pulled his phone and did a search for a geological survey of the Finley area. If it stood on the right kind of rock formation, Arthur's planning something. Aiden sing-sang from over his shoulder. Arthur glared at his brother and found it vacated. He looked over it. Glared at his brothers. Arthur glared at his brother's seat and found it vacated. He looked over his shoulder. I just want to make sure the foundations are going to be solid. Aiden smiled. You know I can hear when you lie, right? No, you can't. Your voice gets this nearly imperceptible treble when you do. Do we need to go in and check? His father's asked in unison. Arthur sighed. All right, I won't do anything. He stopped all thought about variations of the plan he'd be forming. To maintain their secrecy now would mean foregoing time with his fathers now that they suspected. And no secret was worth that sacrifice when he was looking to be at being away from them for a few months. And that concludes the OR's entry in the acceptance letter. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read this, it's on my Patreon and my website. And if you're looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. So that is October 5th. That becomes 12th. What are we doing here? Huh. Why are you in here? murdering stuff in here is going to be really annoying. But it's going to be easier to do if I start now. I should probably redo the nomenclature. One thing I'm a bit annoyed is that I can no longer access the file from the collection page. I can just reorder them. I used to be able to just click on it and access the file. It made making corrections a lot simpler. Okay. So, it's done. This here. There it is. How, how did you know there was a bomb in the bag? Walter asked. Eric didn't answer, watching the lion cut a line from the bottom of his leg to where the knife had entered his leg. You're a decker, aren't you? That's how you knew. You could sense it, or whatever it is you do. Or however it is you do it. Thought about lying, but what was the point? Walter had worked it out and was helping. He nodded. Why did you take the bag? He nodded to it. At it. At the... No, I'm going to keep the two, just to not to have at twice in a row. He nodded to it at the foot of the bed. Explanation. I didn't want them to get it back so they could try it again. Try again. Do you have any idea how much damage that much clay can do? A lot, Eric replied. This is exactly like what Jared made, so I don't know how it's changed, how it changes its effectiveness, but one of his brick could bring down a building. Walter studied the knife. I'm going to give you localized anesthetic before pulling it out. No. Why not? This is going to hurt. I can't afford to lose control. The prickling was silent, but he remembered all too well how it had gone crazy only a few minutes ago. It's a local one. It isn't going to affect your focus. Eric shook his head. I can't risk it. Walter looked at him questioningly. With a sigh, okay, I don't need that. This is telling of how old this is. Because this is literally explaining that. So, so he sighed. My ability isn't stable. The madness keeps hounding me. Just before this, I almost lost control. You have no idea what I'm capable if I go mad. He knew it was a losing battle. No builder of his caliber had ever remained sane, but he would fight it for as long as he could. But he worried he had already lost, considering the device he'd woken up this morning this morning to find on the table. Something he'd built in his sleep from parts of the phones he'd collected over the week. He didn't know what it was, and when he tried to see the diagram, nothing came. But nonetheless, it felt familiar. Just realized I can never actually address that. He fixed his gaze on the lion. Walter, I can't lose control. I could destroy all of Great Oaks if I do. For starters, he thought. Remember that perfectly round lake? Walter nodded. The lion nodded. Okay, I'll take your word for it. I know very little about Deckers. Who's Jared? Eric opened his mouth to answer, then screamed as the knife came out. He was sweating and fought to stay conscious. You're lucky, Walter said, already working to stop the flow of blood. He missed the femoral artery. Each of the lion's motion caused Eric more pain. So, who's Jared? The guy who created Exoclay. Eric panted. So you read up on him? Eric shook his head, worked with him, thought through the wave of pain he realized what he'd said and looked at the lion to gauge his reaction. But Walter was focused on the wound, cleaning it. He placed a folded paper over it and had Eric hold it in a folded towel. Why did I say paper? Folded towel over it and had Eric hold it in place while he went to a cabinet. There was a knock at the door, and Jennifer looked in. The police is here. Officer Goth. Walter nodded, not looking away from the inside. Tell Fred it's going to be 5 minutes, maybe 10. I'm still patching him up. Walter came back to a sealant with a sealant gel and adhesive strip. Oh, I see. It's the two. Okay, here's the thing. He applied the gel and began closing the wound. If I tell Fred about the bomb, he's going to want to take you in to question you. He's a good cop, but he's going to ask for ID, and I'm guessing you'd rather no one take a serious look at you. Am I right? Eric nodded. Walter made sure the wound had stopped bleeding, then took the duffel bag and placed it inside a floor-level cabinet. He came back with bandages. As far as I can tell, I'm the only one who got close enough to see what actually happened. He wrapped Eric's leg a few times. I don't think those people are going to come forward to contradict anything we say. So, I think we should tell Fred you got hurt stopping a car thief. I won't line up with what the people in here are going to say. I was sort of obvious when I ran in here. Walter shook his head. No one's going to say anything about you being here. I asked them to forget about it before I ran out to help you. Eric narrowed his eyes. Walter looked to be honest and earnest, but technology was his thing, not people. Okay, why are you doing this? Helping me like this, telling people to keep silent, being willing to lie to the police. Helping you with your car doesn't cover all of this. Walter stood and leaned against the edge of his desk. Do you believe that the Lord watches over us, Eric? He shrugged. I do. I don't think you being here today was a coincidence. He guided your steps so you'd find the bomb, so you'd be able to protect us. Eric noticed the hesitation. I don't think I'd be helping his plan if I let the police take you. I'd rather you were walking our streets so long as they're out there. Walter knew something. Eric was sure of it. Was he powered? Was he somehow influencing him, manipulating probabilities so Eric would be where he was needed? That seems more probable than the unseen Lord Tyrannus watching over people. And Walter might not know he was doing it. He could truly believe Eric was the Lord's agent. Eric didn't ask about that. Confronting a power who might be in denial about his ability wouldn't lead to anything good. Okay, I'll go with your idea. Good. Don't volunteer too much information. It makes them suspicious. Eric raised an eyebrow while Walter patted his leg and went to open the door. Just how did the good doctor know that? Fred, he called. You can come in. A jackal in a blue uniform with yellow stripes at the cuff, necks, and bottom of the jacket entered. His black pants also had yellow on them, a stripe going down on each side and at the bottom. Walt, it's good to see you again, even under the circumstances. His voice was a deep baritone. He nodded to Eric. Sir? Eric gave the officer a small wave. Do you need me to leave? Walter held the door open. Yes, but first, what did you see? Jen said you ran out. I didn't see much. By the time I reached this wounded man, I was out of breath and barely able to stand. I saw a group of people rush off, no more than 5 people. Any detail jump out at you? No, sorry. It's all right. This won't take long. I'll be on the other side of the door. Walter closed it behind him. Your name is Eric? The jackal made a note on his phone. Eric Clarkson, sir. The officer smiled. I'm not old enough to warrant a sir. Sorry, it's the uniform. I was in the army. The man made another note. I'm Officer Fred Goth. You're not under suspicion at this time. This is just to find out what happened. Do you understand? Eric nodded. All right, tell me what happened. The only thing the people here saw was that there was a scuffle by the minivan. I was walking by when I saw a group of people huddled by the vehicle. He'd used the time Walter talked with the officer to work out what he'd say. I heard the window break, so I went to them and called out. They turned and attacked me. I defended myself. One of them pulled a knife. He indicated his leg. How many were there? 3. Any distinguishing characteristic? Humans, 2 men and a woman. I really hope Walter was right and none of them would surface and prove him wrong. Age? About mine, I guess. It happened pretty fast. I didn't catch any details. How about hair color? Brown and 1 redhead, he added, realizing it was improbable they'd all have the same hair color. Guy or girl? Eric shook his head. I don't know, sorry. The jackal made more notes. Skin tones? Eric looked at his hands. Like mine? Maybe one was a little darker? Like he was tanned? I'm really sorry. I didn't think to pay attention to things like that. I understand. How about clothing? Did you notice anything distinctive about them? Maybe a badge they all shared? Prominent color they all had? I don't remember anything matching. They had jeans, shirts, maybe a t-shirt. There were colors, but I didn't catch if there was a design. Maybe someone else saw them run off? Other officers are asking around. Unfortunately, the minivan is in a camera blind spot. That's probably why they targeted it. We won't be able to get footage of what happened. Eric's heart flipped about that. Both scared and relieved. He had known they were cameras, so he could have been caught taking the bag. It took an effort of will for him not to look at the cabinet where it was hidden. It was pure luck. He was still safe. Is there anything else you can remember? No, sorry. The officer placed a hand on Eric's shoulder and squeezed it. It's all right. You might remember more as the events settle in your mind. He took a card and handed it to him. If you do, call this number and ask for me. I'll add it to the report. The top of the cards had Tyrannus Police Department in bold black and yellow letters, or maybe it was deep blue. Under that, Great Oaks Division. Below that, Fred's name and a number. Are you going to be okay? I will, thank you. All right. Remember, call if anything comes back to you. He opened the door. I'm done. Walter peeked in. Do you need me for anything else? Not unless you remember something. Sorry, no. Then I'll be going. See if any of the others got something. I'll see you in 2 weeks for your annual checkup then. Fred nodded and laughed. Walter turned to the people in the waiting area. I'm sorry, everyone. I still need to make sure the young man is okay. It shouldn't take me long, and I'll get back to you. Don't worry. I won't be leaving until I've seen everyone. If someone is in a hurry, check with Jennifer. Harry can probably fit a few of you between his patients. He backed into the office and closed the door. I'm fine, Eric said, getting off the bed. He gingerly put weight on his injured leg. I know. Walter went to a cabinet and took out 2 large bottles from it. In a drawer, he took 2 small ones. We still need to have a talk. He transferred some from the large to the small bottle, then put a sticker on each. These are antibiotics, 2 weeks worth. Twice a day, breakfast and dinner, without fail. I don't care if you feel fine, you are taking them all. He handed the bottle to Eric. These are painkiller. Take them as needed, but no more than 1 every 4 hours. But no more, and no more than 4 a day. You said you need to retain control, so my advice is take them only to sleep. They're known to affect judgment in small ways. Don't drive within an hour of taking one. Eric put both bottles in his bag and put out his billfold. Walter put a hand on it. Put that away. You don't owe me anything. Eric studied him before putting it back in his pocket. You know who they were. Walter shook his head. Then you know who they're after. Why they put the bomb there. Is it you? No, it isn't me. Who is it? Walter hesitated, then shook his head. Why won't you tell me? I stopped them. Walter took the duffel bag and placed it at Eric's feet. You're not keeping it? Dear Lord, no. I don't want that anywhere near me or my patients. Eric nodded and put the bag on the bed. As to why I'm not telling you? Walter sat on the edge of his desk. The Lord Tyrannus doesn't like it when we try to second guess him, when we try to get involved in what he's planning. It's in his words. We all know that. Stop. Eric rubbed his face. Look, I believe in him, but I'm not of the faith. You won't tell me, that's fine. You won't tell me? That's fine. I'm not going to force you. Thank you. The lion watched him for a moment. Can I ask you a question? Sure. How old are you? I'm 25. Eric swallowed. You said you worked with the man who invented clay. I think you said his name was Jared. Eric opened his mouth to say something, although he had no idea what, but Walter stopped him with a raised hand. The thing is that I'm pretty sure clay was invented during the Hizmer incursion, and that was at least 50 years ago, and I haven't heard it called being of the faith since my teen. It's just being one of the faithful these days. It was in 583, Eric gave the year he was deployed. So, how old are you? Eric sighed. I'm 25, but I jumped a chunk of time. I don't know how. What happened? There was no judgment in Walter's voice. I woke up a bit more than a year ago on the side of a lake. The last thing I remember was working in the camp. He remembered more, but he wasn't willing to talk about that. The lake wasn't there during that time. It was all hills and flatland. I made my way to the closest town and found out 61 years. 61 year? No, that's not connected. This, yeah, but no. Had passed. I made my way back here, and we met on the side of the road. Peter nodded. Eric studied him. You're being awfully calm about this. It took me 2 weeks before I was able to think clearly after I found out I jumped time. And I'm used to craziness. The lion chuckled. Great oak. actually, you know what? Oh, wow, that was a lot missing. This is capitalized. Great Oaks might be quiet, but it's still part of Tyrannus. We're all affected by the craziness that at one time or another. My grandson was powered. I had to learn to deal with that, the unusual. It was Eric's turn to nod. He'd met a handful of powered furs in the army. They were more stable than most builder, but they could still be prone to eccentricities. Major Calamity was known to be as dangerous to her man as the enemy. Walter wrote a number on the back of a card. This is my personal number. If you ever need help with something, just call me. I'll do my best. I'm not planning on getting into any trouble. Walter smiled, offering him the card. I'm sure you're not the one doing the planning anymore. Eric stifled a groan. Stuff like that was why he didn't go for religion. He was his own man, controlled by no one or anything other than his ability. He took the card, it made Walter happy, and he wasn't obligated to use it. He got off the bed and went. Wait, what? No. He already got off the bed. He said, getting off the bed and putting weight on his injured shoulder, injured leg. I don't believe he sits back down. Walter is the one who sits on the edge of his desk. Okay, so I'm going to... His injured leg throbbed. He wasn't walking all the way to his room like this. Can you call me a ride? He picked up the duffel bag and threw it over his shoulder. I can drive you. Walter offered. You have patience to see, and I've already delayed you enough. I'll be fine. Walter placed the call. And then escorted Eric outside his office. It should be here in 10 minutes. Eric nodded and sat. Abigail, you're up. A woman in her late 40s, picked up the cane that was resting against the chair and stood. Before she took a step towards Walter, Walter was next to her, offering his arm. He never hurried her as they made their way to his office. He sat her in the chair, then returned to close the door. Doctor, Jennifer said, Charlie called. He's running late. And they won't be here until 6:30. Walter glanced at Eric. 6:30 is fine. He smiled. It's all fine now. He closed the door. Eric wondered what that was about. He'd planned on asking the next time he left the office, but his ride arrived first, so he went home, his curiosity unsatisfied. I want to check something. Does Charlie give his name? I mean, it's going to be faster to do this. he does. Okay. All right. All right. So there's. Can I reinforce it? Um. He's running late. Rick won't be here until 6:30. So hopefully the two names together will reinforce the connection. Might not work, but I want to try. I'm hoping this will that it will. I'm well aware. It sounds like. Damn it. Great Oaks. Well, first, let's. Yeah. Okay. Ba, 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 ba. Five. Hey, Cool Imp, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Doing well in the middle of a beta swap. Oh, very cool. I hope that goes to your satisfaction. All right. Same book you've been feeding me, so you'll get an alternative opinion. Very cool. It's always good if you can get multiple point of view. What? 12,000 words? This is supposed to be the last chapter. The motel. Wait. Wait, what? That can't be Great Oaks. This is an entire story. Their book isn't bad, short in a few places where they repeat the same story to sentence. It's been in some of the romanticy slop that is popular. I'm glad it is good. Okay, I need to rename this. Ah, the main issue that with that is that and that's probably why it's called Great Oaks, because it's still in Great Oaks technically. Huh. Uh and there's nothing in here about a location. That is the start of Strongberg. Well, I got a week to figure out what to do with it. Whenever we do it for someone, it turns into a dev edit light. That, yeah, that will happen. Yeah, it's one of the reason I'm reluctant to read other people's work. Like to just read the other people's work because wait, didn't I do this? Yes, I have done that. Okay, this is done. So I did that. I can actually file away for now. Oh, my dear stuff. Yeah, I find myself, and that, and I find myself, writing down comments. And, if somebody just offers me a book to read, they're not looking for that. I want to check something. Yeah. That's interesting. Are you? Not you. So, what am I looking at that's slightly misaligned? Ah, that was you. Okay, interesting. So, Right. Here. The 10th makes that 13th. Okay, I need to make some adjusting here. Read the seamed. Yeah, I think that's going to work a little better. This failed. Interesting. Well, it's the only one left, so it's not that big of a deal. A little surprising, though. D10. You are euphoric. I'm glad things are going well. That screen? On me is confusing? All right. So, we have a 4. You are welcome. I'll be right back. Oh. I see. Yes, Stepping Wild is mine. It's book 4 in the Dungeon Runner series. I'm currently working on book 5. Mind your step. Consider yourself hugged back, James. And actually, only that, but I need to fix something because what this says is no longer true. Really? Let's try it. See what happens. Oh, it posted. I won't have to worry about any of that tomorrow. That lets me. How many words is the tourist? 26,000 words. Oh wow, that's on the short side. Oh, it's the child, not the daughter. You know what? I'm gonna call this the daughter. I think making it a little more specific. You would hug me if we met? Cool. Holy cow. 60K. $60K, 45. And I would hug you back, James, that's for sure. And you crash? Really? Why? Okay. Oh wow, last detour is really short. Hey, Bob. Thank you for the raid. How is your stream? How is your day coming along? Since I'm here, might as well probably number those. Wait, no. This guy's been posted. These two have not. Same with that. This has been posted. Oh, right. I need character names. Character names. Which means I need to find stories. Oh, wow. Oh, wait. I've got this right here. And it looks like it's all there. Hey, Fox! Welcome to the stream from YouTube. How are you doing? You finally found my channel again. Well, cool. I am glad that the search gave you something. So Margaret is. What is Jason's last name? You're fine. Dentist finally happy with your mouth. Very cool. So it's like everything else. School's annoying but manageable. I'm glad it's manageable at least. What is your last name, Jason? Interesting. You're not giving me a word count. Oh, there you are. I actually at least write her name down. Margaret Carpenter, so I have it. Mortimer! There we go. Jason Mortimer. Alrighty. It is time for me to take lunch. So I'll be back in about an hour. Hope to see you then. And greetings, everyone. Okay, what is this? Alrighty. Welcome back. I hope you have a good day, Fox. So this afternoon, I will be reading through the outline for The Daughter. Book 11 in the Monster and Bad Men series. Breakfast in the Crimson Outlaw. Breakfast in Crimson Outlaw household. Okay, so that would be Tristan. The other ones make it a little more obvious. Alex is a little salty. Toward Tristan, Tristan is letting it flow over him like water. He can't get Nasir to give him what Alex wants. No amount of money will make her betray a client, and even if Tristan knew where she was, Alex's pride isn't enough to make him threaten someone who's been loyal to both of them, even if that loyalty is entirely different. This picks up on Alex being hacked in the previous book, and being hacked and being given information. And yes, there's been Alex eventually heads off to take care of something in depth, search of a hard drive other than Nasir's code. So, and Tristan will have time to unpack his feelings, if he has any, which he certainly does. Current state of his love life with Alex. The question is he overanalyzing it or avoiding the subject? No matter the case, he can't stay inside. He has a job to do, which is more than just patrol. Jacoby calls, saying he has someone he needs Jacoby to see. Yeah, I probably won't be worded that way. I suspect it'll be more worded that, he's got a situation. This is Jacoby. Jacoby is military. So, I have a situation. If it's a trap, not the criminal procedure, operating procedure. So actually the point is that this is out of the ordinary. Okay. Alright. But in Jacoby, if it's a trap, Tristan beats the snot out of who sets it and then grills the old man for letting it happen. Tristan heads over to Jacoby. And she's with a girl who is young enough to be his granddaughter, which she is. She wants to move here. I may change this a little bit. Just to have it be Jacoby who wants her to move. Even without the vouching, being pregnant, yeah, we're gonna have to, how far along she is will depend a lot on when the next book takes place / how long it takes to resolve this one. An extreme form of trouble for a troublemaker not interested in his paranoia can dismiss it. An actual potential trouble will be for Alex and the hacker to uncover. He'll forward Alex the information so he can start the scrub once he's back at his rig, and then set about finding the girl a home that isn't just on her granddad's couch. Chapter 2. And okay. Something that I get to do here with this is explore a little bit of Jacoby's backstory. Not in detail. But a granddaughter implies that there was a woman involved in it, that he has a child, that he had a child, therefore there was a woman to have the child. Was he married? Was this a illegitimate child? I don't know. I don't know what direction. I don't know what direction I want to take, because I don't know what I want to imply about him. Because that's the thing. A lot of it ends up being done through implication. There is a feel / a sense that Jacoby's military life would have made it difficult for him to have a family. And that having a child, I don't know if that would be a son or a daughter, might not have been planned. And then what kind of person was Jacoby, taking that into account? Alex isn't actually pissed at his husband, just a lot of misdirected anger at people he can't be angry at. Probably includes the person he's going to see right now. Alex arrives at the Domain house, and we get a recap of who they are from Alex's perspective. Master criminal, hacker, FBI agent who tracked him down only to marry him, and their son. Last of which concerns Alex, since the boy... he'd be in so much trouble if he wasn't a kid. He's 10 or a preteen 11-year-old. Hard to tell. He has emails too skinny for his own good going on. Kid got into Alex's rig. We've already established a little bit of who William is indirectly in the previous chapter. But this is where we meet him. The one knows well, since he's the same lemur icon. The kid keeps switching his dad's profile picture on the hacker room. There, well, criminal here. You don't have room to argue. If you married the guy, which you should have arrested, we get all it. So we all agree the real lesson should be one in consequence of pride ruining the perfect job. And what a punishment it's going to be. Hackerboard is on fire, and it's not what it should be. What happens there may actually force me to alter some stuff of what happens in the previous book, I'm realizing. Because for this to work, as in, for this to be deserving punishment, making it, pride being William's downfall, probably going to have to adjust how it's handled in the previous book, because in The Tourist, William getting in other people's computer is kind of taken for a given. But if I'm going to have this happen here, I need to figure out, is this a case of enough is enough? Or if, oops. Or if this is him getting caught. Because if this is about him getting caught because of his pride, I need to remove the previous mention. Because if this is him being caught because of his pride, and he's already done it before, it doesn't make sense to make this where he's getting punished. And I've done a lot of that, either forgetting or not remembering what I'd set up, or forgetting I decided to make changes because I'm rereading the previous books for the fun of it, and do typos. And I'm realizing how I write chapters that don't really seem to take into account what took place sometimes just one chapter before that. You know, in the one I'm reading right now, which is Breaking In, Alex needs to. Emil gets in trouble in school. They call Alex because he is the parent to communicate, because you don't want Tristan. And as they're leaving and stuff like that, Alex, he tries, gets Emil to promise him not to tell Tristan that he stops at a Starbucks for coffee, and Emil makes the price of his silence Alex buying him his own coffee, which Alex is all surprised. And yet, before Emil has coffee with Emil, which contradicts that. So it's all stuff like that that I find myself amused at what I did. Alrighty, the hacker board is on fire, and not on what it should be as far as Alex is concerned. Everyone has ideas what chores little William Domain should be punished with, and half of them are asking for them before checking it to see if they have the calling. Yeah, I get the feeling that I'm gonna have to change William's actions in The Tourist. Cut and card and rig. They come back later, demand more when they discover they actually were hacked after all. While Alex is personally busy looking into Jacoby's granddaughter, making any crumbs leading to the town disappear, we prefer if the gang would instead answer the simple question he proposed to them an hour ago. Who in town isn't hiring someone in their group? Because everyone needs a hacker in this town, and finding out who isn't hiring locals is the fastest route to discover a serious employer. That's going to require some changes or some work. Because who isn't hiring? Okay, and my angle to that would be that every hacker in the town has enough reputation to have a Rolodex of client. And And what he's looking for is who the client is that hired a seer. So if he gets the name of their client, that limits the pool. Okay, that's the mindset. And we close with Alex getting a call from Emil, not just coming to talk, he's coming home for a bit. Tristan is not behaving differently because his son is coming to town. Everyone else is just self-projecting how they would feel under their circumstances. He is fully in control of himself. Never mind that he can't make himself want to potentially kill Alex anymore. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Something I'm doing. One of the things I want to do with this trilogy, and it's something that's going to continue, but Tristan is changed. Tristan has changed. And I don't know yet if it's a case of Tristan being in denial or of how he's changed, or if it's in part him simply not realizing. Like I've already established that he is a little blind to how his own behavior and how it can affect others, unless he's on a job that he's hyper vigilant. So, yeah. Aside from Tristan proving that denial is more than a river in Egypt, this is Tristan going about town preparing for Emil's arrival, which you think might be simple, but this is Tristan, so every monster is going to get a reminder to not cause his son problems. To have Tristan observe William doing his punishment chores and checking on Jacoby's granddaughter to keep the misdirect going until we reach the end of the chapter. Then we hit the end of the chapter. We throw the audience, Tristan, for a loop as Emil is there with a little girl. Okay, good. It was already established that it's a girl. He rescued, which he has no idea what to do with now. Actually, I need to. I'm forgetting to split these up. Control Shift K. This is what Alex was not expecting company. Okay, extra company. Because he was expecting him in. Holy cow, these things are... I got myself some tension balls. That's what I made my wrist rest for the left side of my keyboard out of. I got an extra one and I've been playing with it, and I'm kind of realizing, wow, is this stuff hard to work with? Like my hand is a little sore, and all I've been doing is, closing my hand around it like that. The resistance is impressive. Might have to get myself some more just for the actual what they're for. But thankfully he was cooking for Emil, which is basically the same as cooking for a black hole. Emil's coming with a kid. This is probably, I've been nebulous with the passage of time. And this is where I'm probably going to hammer it down. Emil is basically 21 when they reach Lost Hope. And the town is fully established, so I need a significant amount of time to have passed. Like, it's a line to walk between you know, how much time is gone. And, you know, this is first draft level, like everything. Every book is first draft at this point. I don't even know if there's going to be second draft. This is the definition of a pleasure project. So, yeah, okay, still, Emil coming in with a kid must be a story. You know, whoops. It is one, Emil going around helping people. Yeah, this I'm going to be able to establish, you know, what Emil does with his life. And taking down bad guys. Mostly helping, but there are a lot of bad guys to take down when helping. He ran across a single mother who was abusing her child. Now he has a small traumatized child and he doesn't know what to do. Irony here. There is irony, whether or not Alex will be the better man and not poke at it loud will be the question. Still, the question of why come here. First, there are a perfectly good set of grandparents who are much more equipped to give advice on kids. And while this is not going to be a bomb at this point, because I have established that they're on a job. And that the aspect, and the thing is, this is the thing, like the only thing that isn't that the outline no longer is accurate on is the bomb aspect. The fact that they've been out of contact for a while is remaining, but the thing is, Alex is aware of it and he is concerned. Yeah. So he's tried multiple times, both before and while trying to get down here. That's a little more worrying for Alex. But his grandpa and grams work for security for his parents, and sometimes that involves busy. That's already been set up, that they are on a job. And like I said, at this point, all I'm going to address is that it's been longer than usual. Probably just one of those. What it is, since he doesn't keep on his parents, and all Gramps and Grams know not to bring it up, so things will be fine. At least with the parent. Question is what to do with the girl, but first order of business is poi, because Tristan is not letting her turn into the type of traumatized adult who only eats pemmican. Morning, so this is back in Tristan. Morning breakfast goes about the same. I will get to see Tristan's observation of the girl from his perspective, and then Alex takes her out to play so that Emil and Tristan can talk in private. I do have a childcare already set up in the previous, and to be fair, the childcare is set up because I knew this was coming. I can talk about this is a big subject for the two of them. Lots of personal wounds that have been scarred over. Being good stretch to see if they pop back open. Will they fully carefully? But it's my characters. Yeah. Bulk of the chapter. We close with an expedition of Ryan knocking at the door. We're going to make him a bit late for work. I'm glad to have caught both Emil and Tristan together. There's something he needs to talk to them concerning a question Ralph is going to be asking now that Emil is back in town. Which has been brewing for a bit, and the more forewarned they are, the better as far as Ralph is concerned. We don't reveal what the question is right now. To the perspective, both to hide Tristan's reaction, also to have the reveal Alex's perspective. Might be room for some talk during the car ride with just Tristan and Emil a bit later. Car ride. Don't remember. Oh, I think, okay, yeah, when they're hunting the father. For us, childlike as Alex actually doesn't really connect with kids. Teenagers, sure, he's all over teenager interest. But children are precious little treasures who should be protected and allowed to be children. It's the allowed to be children here. That's the problem. That's no problem getting Tristan to his interest. How he's expected to get a trauma child to actually act like a child. Does what he does, takes them to the daycare, hopes, okay, full stuff happens, but you can feel the disconnect. And this is going to let me show something that I haven't been able to, that people here are well treated. That while this is a town of monsters, no monster let that affect the kids. There are no monsters in town that target kids. That is not something Tristan, Alex allow. And by extension, it means that no other monster allows it. So it is a very safe place for kids. And that's the thing. The daycare will be run, if I remember correctly, Jason runs the daycare. He's probably going to have help. But Jason is a maybe monster. Like, I know if he is or he isn't, but within the story, it's, well, actually with the last detour, I think I established pretty well that he's a monster. So yeah, I think it's established. So Alex has learned enough ASL to communicate with Jason. Even if he hasn't, sure will still be a tough, but still point out Alex's brain. Alex won't give up there. This place might be a desert for monsters, criminals, and their loved one, but that last part means there are some places to take care of a child. There is a park, just astroturf and heavily shaded due to the desert. There is a petting zoo. Technically the backyard of one of the more traumatized monsters who uses animals to cope. I've already established that there's coyotes someplace, so I can probably either expand on that or have somebody else with animals. There's an ice cream parlor, just a bit more limited hours than the diner. Sometime during all this, gets a call from Tristan. He's not calling about the girl, but about Ralph. Apparently he's gotten to know Alex and Tristan well enough that he wants to have sex with them. Together, of course. Since they're a couple, Alex will have words he can't say in front of children concerning this. Biggest issue is that Ralph can only give Alex what he wants by literally faking it. However realistic it would be, he'd know it was faked. I think, yeah, this is going to be interesting. In part because I don't think I've addressed Alex in, open relationships territory. And it's not going to happen. Ultimately, it's not happening. But yeah, I'm going to say it might be a positive just process this. They'll eventually say some moot points. This Emil isn't willing to give orders concerning his parents' sexual activities. Should be prepared for the worst case scenario of both Ryan and Emil dying at the same time, aside from destroying whoever caused the death of Emil. Huh. Oh, both Ryan and Emil. Because that leaves Ralph without a commander, which basically, which will either put Ralph in a, I don't remember what the term is. There's a, in the first book of roaming, pit stop, I think it's called. There's a term for it. That what happens when basically Ralph gets an order that conflicts with his core programming. And he can trigger it himself. That's the thing. Like, he can trigger the situation that causes that. At which point, anyone who can defeat him can basically become his commander. I'm not certain what would be the closing of this chapter. It does need to end eventually. Emil is very observant, which is why when the girl set up for bed for a second night in his house, he couldn't help notice the sign that she was planning to run away. Question is what to do with Isa's dad. Tristan, in this case, said to let him handle it. This is why on this particular night, Tristan was waiting for the girl to sneak out of the house, and why he could further. Yeah, being in Tristan's point of view, this will all be told either. Well, knowing the way I write, I'm probably going to start the chapter here and have Tristan think on what led to that. For her to sneak out of the house and why he confronts her. You've had Tristan talk, most of the traumatized girl before, so unless you feel Tristan has somehow changed in the amount of time, I think you can handle it. There's a catch. The girl isn't afraid of the people here. She's afraid if she stays in one place too long, her father will find her. There's a question of who her father is, and aside from the man who makes her mother happy, there aren't any answers the girl can give other than basic physical description. Now, I actually need to know here. I'm going to have to ask my co-scriptor about that. Because among the description, there might be something. Actually, what I'm gonna ask him on Discord. Because the thing is, if I remember correctly, Ryan recognized him. The pregnant are waiting, but there's a catch. She isn't afraid of the people here. She's afraid that if she stays in one place, we'll find her. There's a question of who the father is. I'm going to have to switch some things. Well, change some things. Because the way I'm reading this, it doesn't quite work. So I think I'm going to have her, because, okay, the setup is the mother is abusive. Because, and she's abusive because the father, her boyfriend, has taught her how to be abusive because he is looking to create other elites. And the known method to create elites is through trauma. The younger, the better. And if the mother is abusive, what is the father to the daughter, to the girl, in relation to that? So if I, because, because here, the implication is her father is after, so the father is also abusive. Because she describes her father as the man who makes her mother happy. While Kindar was away, but he came back. W while waiting? I do not remember what the last two W's mean. 320, while writing. Although today's while reading. Yeah, well, I got it just before. I remembered it just before you typed it. Lapin, 320 words. Anecdotes of the aristocracy. Congratulations, James. But yeah, like there's. Consider yourself hugged back. Isn't afraid of the people. He's afraid to stay. Play father will find her. It's a question of that. Not many answers the girl can give her other than basic physical description. That's right. While there is a lot of groundwork on this going to have to be done by Alex and others, there is one thing he can do right now. From a monster to a little girl, Tristan promises her father who is going to have to get through him to get to her. How did Emil miss a father? He didn't know. There was nothing about his observation of the girl and her mother before he acted that indicated there was a father, and nothing when he was gathering things for the girl out of there. It just looked to be a single mother being abusive. That's probably going to require a bit more information. If there is one, and they visit regularly, that will give Alex something to work from. It's time for him to grill Emil on any detail of this operation that might have glossed over on the shared, or only shared with Tristan, since Alex doesn't care for the nitty-gritty things like this normally. What tipped Emil off? Be sure how long did he observe them before disposing of the mother? So the mother is dead. How excessive does someone have to be for him to go to that extent? How long did he observe them? How well did he clean up the body? Aside from this, Alex can focus on trying to find out who this mother is and who in her life might be the father that exists. On social media isn't pointing to anything, and neither the child's birth record, which raises the question of why the mother wouldn't report the father if she was still seeing him. Through the night, not seeing anything, maybe some talk on the hacker board, not full of time. Alex needs sleep. Wakes up to the next morning or middle of the night. Is alert that the girl has disappeared, and actually just realized this was in Emil's house, so Emil either to have been shot, drugged, or be out having sex. I'm going with shot, but you can video me hard on this, as it's only as of writing this realization. Tristan hasn't been this raged up since he watched his garage blow up in front of him. The only thing keeping the boxes contained is the fact that Emil is alive and he has a girl to rescue. Talking all that rage out on the father is also low-hanging fruit. Still, it does not make him pleasant to deal with if you are not Emil. And Emil has his own feeling. Compared with her big brother network, easy enough to check retroactively, and it shows how the father got in and got out. Either Tristan needs someone monitoring this constantly crosses his mind. Who can he trust? Who doesn't also have other responsibilities? In any case, father arrived and left from the same direction, so that is where Tristan is heading. He'll be going with Tristan. So, the application is what? Anyway. Oh, he did not help me with this. Because that's been scratched out. This is remaining. I'm not being included, but he needs to find out the father. And further down, there's an implication that Emil is... Okay, I'm going to keep going. Alex is spitting nails, not being included, but he needs to find the father for them so they can... Alex will be spitting nails at not being included, but he needs to find a father. Choosing a cardinal direction and trusting him to leave obvious signs where he's going. There might be a brief scene as they inspect where the father's car was parked, but otherwise, bulk of the chapter, yeah, I am going to go to the park, to the car. Might show chapter 10. So this is getting that. We've already said Alex is pissed to be acting duty, but the actual search isn't going much for his nerves. They are in the middle of nowhere, and they do their best to make sure Spy Satellite ignore that little corner of nowhere, so he can get in every single stream camera that exists along where they think the father is going. Well, the one thing I have going for me is that he's traveling in a desert in a car, which means that there's going to be tire tracks for a while. So they're going to have a solid direction. And I believe the guy is a cop, if I remember correctly. Social on camera, so when they could have some for software back into the guide. What they have is Emil's description and a few bad angle shot, helping refine what the criminal sketch artist was able to put together. That's sketch artist who's a criminal, in case you were worrying about there being too many former cops around here. Any case, I wonder if I can make, instead of just being a criminal, if it can be one of the monsters. In any case, Alex will work every angle he can and then get another gift package from a seer. He'd take both his rig and his coffee if the coffee weren't so valuable. Instead, he'll go over, giving Ryan a call to request some more information and then send that to his man. Once the business is taken care of, it's time to for his honor to figure out how Asir thought to even do this. Tristan has a lot of thought before he got the information dropped from Alex, learning that this father is chasing is basically more evil by his own father. Basically more evil than his own father, just by quantity. It's going to take keeping collateral damage down hard. It's not as if an entire city deserves annihilation, and there is, of course, the girl to rescue. And that's not the end of it. He'll be called, because, yeah, this father's another one of escapees from Monster. Yeah, this is the thing, like, depending on what my co-scriptor gives me, this may be something that they already know about. His own anger about that, mostly concerning Asir, how Asir knew this, and I know how she knew. Ryan might be loyal, but this father is doing what was done to him and the other of his children, and the others to his children. So Ryan will give him all he can. We drop Masquerade's name here. He's definitely one of the manipulators from the farm. Not as good as Masquerade, than he is. His marking will be neurochemical at the spinal cord, just a shoulder blade. Spinal cord, just as the shoulder blade. Okay, so on his back. So the odds are my co-scriptor is going to say that no, she's never seen them. First to ask about the answer is that the scientists were always trying to improve the process. Injecting chemical at the shoulder blade was technically sound, as it allowed the marking to be easily hidden, but more or if the subject's original memories survived. If Tristan was looking to manipulate the man, this would be useful information, but he's just going to kill him. How does he fight? Right, no answer. One answer, but how much of that answer you show the audience will be up to me. You will be in Tristan's head while fighting the man after all. Yeah, this is a place where I may need to come back to after the fights actually happened. With that scene done, we skip to Tristan approaching the apartment where the man is at the moment. With a list of all the other mother from Asir, it was easy for Tristan's digital backup to monitor each mother, tell him which one the father approached with his daughter. Fighting will most likely be in the next chapter, so follow my guts. Wait, what? Huh, we get 2 Tristan chapters in a row. Interesting. I think this is the first time in the series this has happened. Tristan and the father are trying to kill each other, basically the chapter. There is the girl we're here to rescue, present, another one of the mothers, and their child. The child is younger than the girl. If they are young enough, they might not have been any abuse taking place. That would probably require them being infant level child. Plus her reaction to how he wanted her to treat the daughter he just brought in will impact heavily on if she lives or not. Yeah. My gut feeling is to go with her being fully indoctrinated. And I can probably use that to show how he's controlling the mothers. Because this is the thing, this is the aspect that has been hinted, well, mentioned that, is that the guy's a manipulator. So I'll need to establish how he manipulates. All right. Father could kill her. Okay. Losing father could, or the father could kill her, but that means he's losing control, and someone like this losing control can only be as bad as angry Tristan. Again, yeah, I think I'm gonna approach this fight in an angle of the mother not being involved in the fight directly until after it's done, and her be a zealot. Basically, going with the angle I'm seeing myself use here is that the father basically created a religion around himself, and the fact that he can give these mothers super children. And that, through them, they will become important. And, okay, having said that, now I'm kind of thinking all the mothers will have to be poor. The kind of people who have nothing left. So that the idea that they're going to be made important will fuel a lot of it. Okay. I think that's going to work. Father could kill her, but okay, so again, that could make it almost a fair fight. If you ignore Tristan's plot armor, so Tristan will win. Yeah, no, it's never going to be a fair fight. I'm sorry, but Tristan is an elite of elite. Very few people can actually threaten him, which does make the situation interesting in that, like the guy can give Tristan a good fight. Especially if, because he's not a master manipulator the way Masquerade is, he's also going to need a name and a code name. Enjoy the food, James. He is going to need a name and a code name. Well, at least a code name. Like, I don't know. I actually don't know if Ryan. Oh. Oh. That's interesting. Okay. Okay. Actually, you know what? I need to ask him more questions. Aftermath, he has the girl. The girl's half sibling, possibly the mother of that half sibling. That no. But that is a lot to unpack. But the start of that has to start now. Alex cannot believe who he's letting into the house. A moment, but he'll take a recap. Quick version of the storyboard, Alex. For the storyboard, Alex is ranting the hacker forum, still searching for a Sears employer. Someone suggested he find a Sears herself. Pointed out he would, that was pointless. William chimes in and he says he can find her. I may make a chapter out of this and slip it between what is currently 10 and 11. It was easy to laugh down. Then he named his price of a quad-core computer. The idea the kid got into the machines with just a duo or possibly even a single core rig, shuts up all the hackers. I can come up with a reason why he's not working with top of the line, because that would be a way his father would try to keep him from hacking every computer in the world. Basically downgrade him so that he can't be that good. Because William is very good. Half an hour later, Alex is linking the kid and his mother to see what he can do. Kid starts working, tracing his search path one by one through all the servers, bounce through the path. While Alex thinks he's decent, if a bit slow, he's still pointless. Too many. And then he gets the next one in a chain faster and the previous one, and the same for the next one, and the one after that. Makes Alex really pay attention to what the kid is doing, and what he sees is not just getting into every node, find a transistor, but putting in code that is in that server to help with the search. They are mostly regional hubs, and they already have a lot of traffic, and the amount of processing power he's taking from them is minuscule, but the longer the chain and the more processing power William snowballs to find her. Even if this doesn't work, Alex knows two things. One, he needs to scrub every router in town to get William's code out of it. And two, if any of the other hackers in town get a kid, they'll need to watch them real close, because something scary happens when you raise a child that has the code of an existing master as in their nursery book. William eventually reaches an endpoint, and he's a little confused. And looking at what he has, Alex can understand why. Still, it's worth checking out, and if he's right, well, Alex might just build him a rig himself. He'll tell William to clean up his tracks, no calling card, and then give Ryan a call. Time for him and the deputy to go give someone a visit. Oh, I see. I have two Alex chapter in a row. That's, we'll see. Okay. Time. Okay. Alex isn't going to call Ryan a discount Tristan anytime soon, but there is something nostalgic. Walking into someone's house with a pissed off brick shit house in tow like an attacked dog. The fact that Bromhilda greets him as Cerberus doesn't help break the image. What does is when Ryan tries to use word to talk her into a confession. He tries to send to her house, and whatever that means that means it's a betrayal of Ryan's trust in Brunhilde, and blah blah blah. Alex's patience runs out and blades get drawn. Alex has to remind himself the music isn't really. Yeah, it's a little. In the previous book, he has much better control. Alex, and that's an implication of the passage of time. He didn't, and he didn't just hear the ride of the Valkyrie start up when the bitch pulls out a sword from her cabinet, and then the fighting starts. Yeah, I may play him as odd over the sword. What follows is a bit of a comedy routine. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. I don't do comedy. As Alex and Brohilda fight, and Ryan tries to get in the way of both of them, and they almost tag team. Almost tag team him right point at points, only to resume fighting. I can see this being really, really fun visually. I have no idea how it's going to work in written form. How I want to end the scene, you have no clue, but it needs to end eventually. Tristan was expecting to come to town, drop off the children with Jason, and then check on Emil. Okay. So he's injured and he's with the doctor. Okay. Really? Alright, gotta pull that up and see where it is. Where is the tilde? How is that not any? Okay. Tilde. is it not? Uh, oh, no, okay. It's the, okay. It's here. That's the key. That's the one. Right, because on keyboard that would usually be the escape would be with the function key, what I don't have here. Okay. I can put you know what? Do I have the tilde by itself? If I do, that's going. There we go. Okay. So. Let's save that. So I don't lose it. I'll be right back. What he was not expecting was to find out both Alex and Ryan were at Bromilda's house getting stitches. He'll be there, totally geared up to be the monster he is, and find Alex and Bromilda laughing over stories of the previous times Aaron got between fights between the various members of the old gang, while Ryan is getting the last of his wounds stitched up. I think they can probably have ooh. Ooh. Huh. Oh. Oh, Ryan and Cornelius is gonna be ooh. Because Ryan is Cornelius' type. Ryan is bi, which means sex can happen. Now, the issue is her age. Cornelius is not young, so I don't know if Ryan... And the thing is, if Ryan turns her down... And I'm thinking of that not in the they'll have sex, but the thing is, Cornelius is highly vindictive. She attempted to kill Tristan because he turned her down, even though he's gay, and he told her that, and it's not enough. So if she hit on Ryan and Ryan turned her down. Now, there's also an aspect that it's entirely possible that Tristan would have warned Ryan. Okay. Getting his considering Ryan's only talks about his past in vague, broad stroke. Tristan has attempted to let it continue, but he really wants to know what his man and one of his deputies were here. Why his man is and his one of the deputies were here were causing trouble. She only comes out once. Cornelius leaves, but Asir does make her appearance, and yeah. Not certain how different you're going to make her from the space version, but we can have the reveal that it was Romilda who got her throw all the data at Alex, who also had her hire Tristan to save Ryan and Ralph a few years ago, yeah. How much of this chapter needs to mature, but this is the end of the book. That was the question. The one element that is not in there that I need to is figure out, and it either has to be at the end completely, but that or it has to be here. Yeah, this might be the perfect. At least I hope. Need to do something. Okay. All right. So, but yeah, this is going to be the next book. Co-scriptor, well, Benjamin. I reflexively refers to him as my co-scriptor, but I do have his name, and I think I do it mainly because if I just say Benjamin, it's not clear who he is. But if I say my co-scriptor, it's clear who he is in relation to this. Yeah, he just got back to me, and I basically have freedom on the father's backstory. Like, he established that it's somebody from. Okay, backstory, world building. Well, I don't know. Orion and Ralph are my co-scriptors' characters. They're literally his characters. Like, these are characters that I thought that that he had an idea for in the story, and when he told me, I went, yeah, that works, we can make use of them. And he came up with the concept of the Monster Factory, which is a, well, okay, we do not establish is it if it's a private foundation, if it's a government sponsored thing, if it's military. When they were part of it. But yeah, he created the concept of the Monster Factory, and from my point of view, it kind of makes every character except one who has gone through the Monster Factory his. So I tend to clear everything with him when it comes to those, and that's the thing. The father is someone who's gone through the Monster Factory as well. He's someone that he's someone that Ryan knows. So that's, you know. So yeah, so I was clearing with him because I didn't know what he had. The one character that is not his is Masquerade. Masquerade is one of my characters, and like I never planned to have him be part of the Monster Factory, but when he came up with that, he sort of went, you know, it would make sense for this character to be a victim of the Monster Factory as well, and we can do this. And I went, okay, you know what? Yeah, that works. That works really, really well. Lapin, 102 words. Anecdotes of the artist. Stocklessy. Congratulations, James. So, but yeah, so Masquerade is the one character who is, you know, officially not his. So yeah, and okay, if Emil is not okay, the other thing is he confirmed that like this confirmed, Emil is not in the car. So, because I was thinking of splitting a chapter with Tristan between the two Alex chapter, and having Emil and Tristan talk because of the implied conversation, but that's no longer, like as he said, like that's that fell victim to him. Writing writing the outline for 5 chapters, and then me going through them, and some things get vetoed and stuff like that, and then forgetting to go back and making needed adjustment for those. So yeah. Okay. So I got an hour and then some to pass. Well, actually, I know what I can do for that during that time. Harker can probably use. Actually, let's close that so I don't. Well, I shouldn't lose anything in auto saves, but okay. Um. Right. Okay. Margaret goes under the hero name of Marshall. Jason, do I? Okay, you know what? I need to bring. Did I ever give him a hero name? Um. Holy cow! I got a lot. I'm amazed at how much I wrote about this. Lord Cometh. Um, okay, not much here. Actually, no. This, that. Now, can I do that? Yes, I can. Good. Good. Holy cow! I don't introduce black until volume 3? Please tell me I didn't name him Albert. Oh! Oh! Oh, that's a big change. Because in Harker, I have Jason being able to talk to Black. Not quite from the get-go. But kinda. But yeah, basically, Jason is a character that I'm bringing into Harker. To be fair, okay. I did not create the Justicar world for the story of Jason. But his story fit really, really, really well in that world. So he ended up with a character with about the only character with an actual story in there, although it's very fragmented and all that. And when I decided to put Harker in that world, I made decisions that change a lot of things. So the world of the Justicar kind of became the template for the world of Harker. It's a little darker though. The original world, but yeah, like when I decided to bring and when I made that realization that it fit well, I figured Jason was the first character, well, actually no, second, because Claudia is actually part of Justicar. She's the first character from that world that I brought in. But Jason, I kind of went, okay, he's gonna fit, and he comes in at year 3, and I have him basically there and the cat, the black cat that talks. I swear, if I named that cat Albert, uh, I don't know if I'm going to keep the first person narrative. That's also another change. The moment he becomes the cat lord, he can sense it. He can sense all the cats. I may have to reread all of this. This guy was supposed to be called Robert Alexander, but I used the name for another character, and because this wasn't a case of cloning the character, the Starrington is very different. I gave him his own. I gave him his own name. This character will not be there because I have a the role that he plays in this story. I've got a different character taking it. Yeah, changing that as well. so he goes by cat size. Am I keeping that? I will note it. I can change it should I decide to come. I don't know if I'm keeping Viking. I mean, he still exists in the world. I don't know if I'm going to have Viking occur. I die 10. And we have a 1. You're not dead. Well, I'm glad of that. indication of when this was written, since Oh, right. Right. Margaret's arc is that she becomes the next Shroud. 128 words. The anecdotes of the artistocracy. Congratulations, James. You have done 1,125 words today, and 665 of those was with me. Very cool. Congratulations on the words. Alrighty. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Who is online? That's interesting. Almost no one anywhere. Alrighty. Going to end the stream with a raid. Decipher. Alrighty, you are welcome, James. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Mind Your Step, and in the afternoon, the Technicians Fight. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives,